Once again, any more of the youth that can make their way up here, it would be fantastic. We're just about ready to get underway with our big day today, our open show. Once again, welcome all you Simmental breeders to the Simmental Breeders Sweepstakes for 2021. It's great to be back after a year off. This is the 35th anniversary. It's fantastic that you'll see some of the finest cattle in the country right here at this show today. So a big hats off to all you breeders for bringing out the cattle for evaluation in our open show. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that a little better? Someone said you could hardly hear at the far end of the barn. Testing 1, 2, 3. Would Jamie please come to the announcer stand? Once again, if it's possible for you as a youth participant in our sweepstakes to make it to the show arena, that would be fantastic. Once again, good morning. Welcome to the Simmental Breeders Sweepstakes 2021. At this time, if all the men and women that have served our country in the past or present, if you just raise your hands up back there, it'd be greatly appreciated. Raise your hands up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation for their service to our great country. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. What a tradition, a great honor it is. Before events, we do take the opportunity to honor this great nation in which we live. At this time, our youth are presenting the American flag here in the show arena. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please stand as we honor this great country of ours with the playing of our national anthem. Thank you. What a great sight. If you were up here where I'm at right now, see these young people holding the flag right here in the middle of the show arena. And then as we look back into the barn and see everyone honoring our great country. Thank you again. We need Bella Swain to the show arena, please. Bella, if you could make your way up here, that'd be great. Once again, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Our judge is here. We will be starting with our percentage bull show, which will be class number 1. If our first class, I believe, is in the makeup area, we're going to get ready to start our show. Judging our open show today, Mr. Kerry Crow. He currently a client services manager for Trans-Ova Genetics, the southern region. Been involved in the commercial and seed stock business nearly all of his life. He's a member of the national champion livestock judging team when at Kansas State University. He has a beautiful, amazing wife, Dawn. Been married for 23 years and he has 3 beautiful daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Kerry Crow as he evaluates our Simmental cattle today. First class in the ring. Class 2 should be making their way to the makeup arena.
Well, it is an honor to be here with you this morning and evaluate your shows. This is one of my favorite shows to come sort. It's just a lot of good people end up here at this show and a relaxed, kind of really neat atmosphere here. I've compared it to like a really big county fair that people didn't argue with one another, you know. So awesome bull to begin our show off with here today. One of the things that I'm going to be scanning through as we watch cattle come in the ring is feet and legs, and this guy here hits me really hard in that aspect. He's got a nice big hoof underneath him, a uniform foot size, handles himself pretty well on the go. Got a really neat look from the side. His lines come together well, a big-bodied bull. I'd probably say if I could change him just a touch, I'd give him just a shot more manliness about him, just a shot more masculinity for his age, but awfully good bull, an excellent place to start. Congratulations, young lady.
287, Bella.
Class 2, excuse me, this will also be your junior calf champion. The winner of Class 1, Mr. CCF Bills Paid, Exhibitor 201, Morgan McDaniel. The breeder was Morgan McDaniel. We are now ready. Class 2 is entering the show arena. Will Class 3 and 4 please make their way to the makeup arena?
Second bull class here, really got a nice set of calves here, and I think an excellent winner. This guy combines so many good things about him. He's the right size. Of these three bulls, I think he's the most robust right through his center cavity. He's masculine, got a big set of testicles on him, and he is easily, in my opinion, the best at the ground in terms of the way he handles himself, feet and legs wise, and that's why he wins this class. Bull, a little bit more like him here in second. Really a neat fronted bull, a lot of extension and stretch up front. This bull's long spine. I read him just being a little more brittle at the surface, especially in the way he wants to handle those rear pasterns when we get him on the go. I'd like to open him up right behind his forerib. I don't think he's going to be quite as easy fleshing and soft and practical as the bull that wins the class. Good bull here in third, moderate in his kind, a bull that's got some body capacity, just comes a little frail for me, maybe just a ticker lighter muscled as we compare him to that pair of bulls ahead of him in class. Nice trio, though, here. Congratulations.
Class 3 will be entering the show arena. The results of Class 2: in third place, Dillon's Executive Design, Exhibitor 203, Tyler Diffie. In second place, Mr. Thunderstruck, H117, Exhibitor 204, Grace McLean. And the winner of that class, PMTM ECS Headliner HO61, Exhibitor 202, Pepper Elmore.
If the show continues to be like this, it's going to be really fun to sort today because you guys keep bringing me awfully good animals, and this guy's no different. Really a neat design kind of bull as we study him from the side. His pattern is so good. Amazing in terms of length and levelness and squareness of hip. His muscle design is a little longer and smoother maybe than some of the others. Still puts himself together in a really masculine package with a lot of rib cage, good foot size, handles himself pretty good when he's on the move. Really a neat individual here. It's going to be interesting as we kind of evaluate through our grand bulls here a little later.
Class 4 will be entering the show arena. The results of Class 3, your winner was Mr. CCF Priority, Exhibitor 205, Morgan McDaniel. The breeder was Morgan McDaniel. At the conclusion of Class 4, we will choose our senior calf and reserve calf champions. So next up, we will be looking for Class 5 and 6 in the makeup arena, please.
Another nice single entry out here in the lineup here. Bullet balances pretty well. He's very up-headed. I like the way his neck positions way up in the top of his shoulder. Still has some masculinity. Maybe not as probably flexible and athletic when we get him going, especially in the way he wants to handle that rear leg in travel, but still an awfully good bull. Got a lot of future here. Congratulations.
Your winner of Class 4, Clearwater Reality Check H303C, Exhibitor 207, Clearwater Simmentals and HTP Simmentals. The breeder was Clearwater and HTP. Now entering the show arena, we have our class winners from our first 4 classes. Second place calves need to be on standby. We will be choosing our senior calf champion and our reserve. Then we'll be ready for class 5 and 6, should be in the makeup arena. We need Exhibitor 204, Grace McLean, with that second place out of Class 2, please.
Really nice set of bulls here to begin our second division here that we get to sort through. Obviously some different things as we start to pick them apart a little bit more once we get out here into the grand lineup. The calf that comes out of that first class in this division, man, got an awful lot of good about him. As we talked, I love his masculinity. This bull, probably relative to the bull right in there behind him's got a little more natural muscle shape to him and dimension. It's probably not in as long a muscle pattern as what we find in that bull. As you can see the way he turns on his rump just a touch as we study him there. Bulls, I like, he's maybe not, he's big-footed, not as big-footed as the bull right behind him, but the uniformity of his toe size and the cleanliness of his feet and hoof shape, I really like that quite a bit, and he gets around and goes and moves really well. That's an excellent bull. The bull here that comes out of that second class as a single entry, we just talked about him in terms of just depth of side and levelness of spine and rump and length of muscle pattern and muscle content, I think, is good in him. Got great big feet. I would change the shape of him slightly. He wants to curl just ever so much and put a little more weight maybe on his outside toes going away from you. Coming at you, he's just a nickel more in at the knee, but still I think structurally he's sure sound, and I like his design a lot, and I like his muscle pattern quite a bit. And the third place bull here, or third class bull here, bull that fits with him in terms of some design and things, just not got the caliber or structural integrity maybe we find in the other pair of bulls. Awfully close here in this lineup. I like our bull out of that middle class. Congratulations, young lady.
Your senior calf champion goes to exhibitor 205, Morgan McDaniel, with Mr. CCF Priority. Your reserve senior calf champion this morning was exhibitor 202. That's Pepper Elmore with PMTM ECS headliner HO61. Congratulations. We now have class 5 in the ring.
Real nice design bulls. We get into our second division here. Just a beautiful head shape and kind about him. Very masculine still. A bull that's flexible and sound in the way that he goes. Maybe like to open him up just a little more right in behind his shoulder up top. But an excellent bull here. Be interesting to see him as we get into our lineup here for division. Congratulations.
Class 6 should be entering the show arena. The results of Class 5, your winner was SBC Northgate 795H, exhibitor 209. Jordan Stevens. Breeder was Jordan Stevens. As soon as we finish Class 6, we will choose our junior yearling champion and reserve. Then we will be ready for Class 7 and 8, making your way to the makeup arena.
This set of bulls here maybe doesn't impress me as much as what we've seen in some of the other bulls come to us yet today. Bull I'm going to start with, very stout, very expressive in his muscle pattern, got a lot of shape about him. He reads a little coarse for me. His pieces and parts don't blend together maybe quite as easily. He gets a little rounder shoulder and just a little rounder in a number of places. But he handles himself quite a bit better on the move, and that's kind of what makes him win this class for me. The bull we've got in second here, I like the smoothness. He's a little smoother in the way that he's made. He's a little softer maybe and a little more gentle in terms of that muscle shape. When we ask him to lead, he just acts a little more uncomfortable. He wants to get his top up in him and his spine up, wants to just kind of handle that rear leg, maybe not quite as collected and accurate when we get him on the go. But good set of bulls here as we round out this division.
Your results of Class 6. In second place, H2O's Hercules, exhibitor 210 H2O Farm, the breeder Dale Werning. In first place, TMPF Atlas 53H, exhibitor 211 Pickerel Farms, the breeder Boyer Show Cattle. We now need our two first place animals in the show arena for your junior yearling champion. Please keep that second place calf out of Class 6 in the makeup arena. Class 7 and Class 8 should be in the makeup arena also.
Little smaller division out here in this particular lineup. I guess there's a bull here that's a little more my type and kind, and that's going to be the gentleman's bull on my right. He's going to go ahead and win this division, and our young lady will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your junior yearling champion will be exhibitor 209 Jordan Stevens with SBC Northgate 795H, and your reserve goes to exhibitor 211 Pickerel Farms with TMPF Atlas 53H. We now have Class 7 in the show arena. Class 8 should be in the makeup arena.
Single entry bull here, smooth made kind of individual, got a decent pattern to him from the side. He's maybe just a little more upright in terms of the set of his shoulder and front knee, and like to sink his tail head in him just a notch as we study him there in that regard. Moves fairly well. I'd like to give him just a shot more expression and width from behind, but a good bull here is a single entry.
Class 8 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 7, your winner, J.L. Gemstone G279, exhibitor 212, Ligon Simmentals. They were also the breeder.
A good single entry bull here. Gives a nice pattern from the side. He's really long up front. Neck sets in him right. Long spined, right kind of muscle pattern in him. Bull that maybe gets a little more up in his loin. We got to loin him down just a touch to get that spine to lay in him quite right. Gets a little more up on those toes on the back feet as well when we get him going. But certainly a good pattern bull. Parts fit together really well on him. He'll be nice to look at here a little later as well.
Your results of Class A. Your winner is ALL Avail 939G, Exhibitor 213, Adcock Land and Livestock. The breeder was Matty Udell, Four Corners, and Adcock. We now be choosing our senior yearling champion and our reserve.
Good pair of single entry bulls here. I think we just got all in all a little bit better bull here, and our bull that comes out of that second class, he's going to be your champion in this division. Reserve will be the gentleman up to my right.
Your champion senior yearling bull goes to Exhibitor 213. That is Adcock Land and Livestock, ALL Avail 939G. Your reserve goes to Exhibitor 212, Legan Simmentals with JL Gemstone G279. We will now be choosing our grand champion and reserve grand percentage bulls. They will take pictures as soon as they choose this. Then we'll be ready to move into our cow-calf pairs.
Man, we have a really good division of young bulls here, and I'm torn a little bit on what I'm thinking here. And as I sort through the cattle, I guess I take it very seriously what I'm trying to do today, and so I try to just read them for what they are. I'm going to describe these cattle as I see them, and then we're going to kind of somewhere along this line, as I'm on this mic, I'm going to make my mind up of what I'm going to do here in the lineup. The calf that comes out of that first class, that's a calf that I think is pretty good structurally. He's pretty good in terms of his design. As I mentioned there in that particular class, I just wish he had a little more masculinity about him. Even at this young age, I'd like to see it in him. And he just looks a little maybe longer faced and not as stout and masculine in his build up front. I think he's good in terms of his skeleton. I do think he's going to be a little bit bigger bull as we kind of study him in terms of some frame, but he got a nice rib cage in him, depth of body, big foot. That's a pretty good calf. He's got a lot of future. The calf that comes out of the second division here, that's a calf that hits me awfully hard as we get off to the side of this bull. He's got some unique pieces. I like him big-bodied, and he's sure, in my opinion, probably the biggest and most robust and deepest-sided of all the bulls out here in the lineup. I like his muscle pattern a lot, too. I like a long, dimensional muscle pattern. He's got a really unique hip design and tail set and rear leg on him as we study him from the side. Still pulls it together with a lot of masculinity. You study him in terms of skeleton. I really appreciate the foot size on him and the amount of bone that he has. I'm not a bone freak, but it just matches him really well and looks awfully good. In terms of trueness of skeleton, there's a few things that we changed just as I talked about him in division. As you kind of study him come out of that lower shoulder and into his knee and to the ground, we can maybe make him a slightly different there. We can maybe make him slightly different in terms of the shape of his hoof, but I still think he's pretty functional in terms of his skeleton, and you're just going to watch that maybe as you breed this bull. But he's got so many good pieces, and when it comes to just personal preference, he is kind of the bull out here that is a little more my type and kind as I get to analyzing him. Get into the bull that we've got out of this third division out here. There's some pieces of him I really like. In terms of trueness of his skeleton, in terms of the way his shoulder and knee and his trueness of width of skeleton, he's got the right amount of width of chest relative to his build. He goes away really true and square. His foot shape is probably as good as any of the bulls out here in the lineup. He is a little more refined in terms of his foot size compared to some of the other bulls. You get him on the go, he'll want to get up on his toes every now and then as you get him going there. I'd probably open him up slightly in the heart and open him up in his top a little bit. But a very good bull, big set of testicles on him, just a nice calf. And the bull that comes out of this fourth division out here, just a really good bull too. He's stout-featured, got a good head and skull on him, a lot of bone and foot, still got some muscle design in him. That bull is not as athletic and flexible when we get him going as I wish he would be. He's got a little bit of puffiness on the inside of his right hock in the back, and I just want to watch that. His nuts aren't quite as big as I'd like relative to his size. They just get a little more plain, not as big and stout as we'd like to see there. So this does get tough for me, especially kind of as we go down the lineup. There's probably the easiest thing for me, and the one that hits me the hardest that I'm going to land on for champion, is the young ladies' bull that come out of that second division. Congratulations.
Your grand champion percentage bull goes to exhibitor 205. That is Mr. CCF Priority, exhibited by Morgan Daniel.
bull that we had that was reserved in that division is an awfully good individual as well. I think he's got tremendous value in him. This makes it even tougher because I think you've got 3 bulls here that are all a little bit different in kind, and so you can do what you want on your programs and how you like them. I've got to make a decision today, and there's going to be gives and takes in each one of these bulls. And I guess the bull that maybe suits me the best, I'm going to come back with this bull right out of that division. He'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve grand champion percentage bull goes to exhibitor 202, Pepper Elmore, PMTM ECS headliner HO61. Congratulations to both of those for the grand and reserve. We will now take some pictures with our judge, then we will be ready for our cow-calf pairs. So class 9, you should be getting ready. Once again, the cow-calf pairs should be making their way to the makeup arena at this time. At the conclusion of these 2 pictures, we will be ready to start class 9. we do have our pictures finished up for the bull drive this morning in the percents. We're now ready for class number 9, our cow-calf pairs. If you could please be bringing class 10. Class 10 percentage heifers to the makeup arena, and class 11 be thinking about it.
Really a good set of percentage pairs here. Both beautiful animals. I'm on side with this pair on my right. She'll be your champion. I love the nostrils and the snout on her and the skull she has, and so broody in terms of her facial features, neck and shoulder design. Deep bodied individual. I would maybe refine the teeth, lengthen her a little bit. Gets a little bit long, but she gets out and goes. Probably a little softer up in her top line and spine too as you compare her to the female in second. Got a stout bull calf on her side. He's a little out of balance for me. Gets a little rounder and jammed up on both ends of his skeleton. Like to change him, but he's big-bodied and he's thick-ended. The female here in second, I think a nice kind of female here. She's smooth in terms of her kind. She gets a little more fragile up in her head and facial features. I like the snugness and the attachment of her udder. She's just a little bit out of balance in terms of putting all 4 teats on the corners there. When we get her in motion, she's a little more rigid up in her top line, and she's not as deep-bodied as the female we used to win the class. Great heifer calf on her side. A lot of width of base and squareness to her and dimension. I like to just give her a little more maternal look. But good pairs of cattle here. Congratulations to you guys.
Your results of Class 9 in second place, Miss CCF Sugar and Spice with her heifer calf exhibited by 222 Madison Metzger. The breeder was Cindy Cooper. The winner of that class, RRF Rita 215G exhibitor 221 Morgan Jackson. The breeder was Red River Farms. Also, that 221 will be your grand champion percentage cow-calf pair, and your reserve goes to exhibitor 222. We now take pictures of those 2 animals, then we will be ready to start our percentage heifer show with class 10. Class 11 should be headed towards the makeup arena. Once again, a reminder, you percentage, if you were a grand bull or grand cow-calf, and then also the grand heifer, you will come back in to compete for the Nick Overpeck Award. We now have concluded our pictures of our cow-calf pairs. We're ready to begin our percentage heifer show. The first class coming in will be number 10, class 10, entering the show arena. Class 11 should be in the makeup arena. Thank you.
Nice way to start off our percentage heifer show. I think we've got three pretty good individuals out here in the lineup. As I sort through cattle shows, I know I don't do it perfectly or anything like that, but one of my intents in the female side of things is to try to pick the animals that I think are going to make the best cows as much as we can predict at this stage of the game. And that's where I find this female that I use to start the class with. I think she's the most unique in this group in terms of the shape and dimension of her rib cage. I think she's going to be the most moderate in terms of mature size. She's a little shorter necked for some of you that like them a little more extreme up front, but I still think she's gets around and goes pretty good in her skeleton. I like the muscle shape that she has, very maternal, and a lot of features on her. She'll be a lot like the others I'm going to try to find today to win classes with. The heifer here in second is a little more extended up front. She's a little wilder in terms of that neck extension and things, and if you like that, that's the one you probably land on. I read her being just a little more brittle in terms of her skeleton. I don't think she's quite as soft in terms of her overall makeup or easy fleshing and cowy in terms of her features at this stage of the game, but an awfully nice piece there here in second. One that's a lot like her here in third, maybe just gives up some of the depth of body. She's obviously fighting a little bit more of the halter today, and certainly she'll get better handling as we go, but she just doesn't handle herself quite as good when we get her in motion, not as deep a flanked as what we find in the other pair of heifers that precede her in class. Good job, guys.
Class 11 should be entering the show arena. Class 12 in the makeup arena. Your results of Class 10 in third place, MLCC Miss Knockout J71B, Exhibitor 233, Luke Herr. In second place, WCCOWST Maxi B312J, Exhibitor 231, Tyson Wordard. In first place, your winner of Class 10 is Miss Star 32J, Exhibitor 232, Sydney Roberts. The breeder was Sydney Roberts.
A lot of different types and kinds out here in this particular class. I think the cow of the group, obviously, in my opinion, is the heifer that I start the class with. Not only is she the big-bodied, easy-fleshed one in the group, but I think she just handles herself the best at the ground in terms of skeleton. She's the best up in her head in terms of having that maternal cow face and skull about her. She is probably a little more than she needs to be condition-wise at this phase of the game. You study her down in her brisket, she's starting to fill in. She's even starting to pone a little bit there. So I wish she were leaner and fresher at this age. And to have a little more of a tail switch too. That kind of throws it off just a little bit. Then we get into a pair of heifers that I think you've got some decisions to make here. The heifer I use here in second, I think is just a little higher quality in terms of head design. I like the way she balances a little better for me. In terms of the way she throws her body together, she's probably got more flank relative to chest. She just doesn't move very good. She's a little short-strided. She's a little brittle in terms of her entire skeleton. I like to just give her a little more broodiness in terms of type and kind. The heifer here next in class outperforms the heifer right in front of her. She's long and level in her top. You get to study in her face. She's just a little long and narrow all the way from her eyes down to her nostrils. And I'd like to stouten the feature up there. From a standpoint of body depth, she's just a little more tucked up into her flank relative to her frame size. Needs to move a little better too, but good group of heifers here.
Class 12 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 11. In third place, Miss Wave, Exhibitor 234, Sydney Roberts. In second place, Bramlett's Honey, J114, Exhibitor 235, Brantlet Simmentals. Your class winner was Miss CCF Salt and Pepper, Exhibitor 236, CNC Farms. The breeder was Madison Metzger.
Nice class of heifers here, and I think for the way I read them and study them, there's a fairly easy place to start here with our Baldy that wins this class. She is the one of the two cow appearing females of the group that's just, I think, better in terms of her skeleton, her foot shape and size. Definitely deep-bodied individual. She's not the most extended up front, and you find in some of the others, but you study her muzzle and the power that she has in terms of her skull and skeleton. I think she reads really good for me there. Then I think it can get kind of close. This heifer that come in at the beginning of the class, she was the first one in the ring. I thought that's a one I could use to be up to the top of the class, if not win it. The more I study her, so the things that struck me when she came in is I do think she looks like a little cow that's good in terms of her head quality and type and kind. I like her depth of body. You really get to studying her. She is a little flat relative to some of the others out here in terms of muscle shape. She wants to narrow up maybe just a touch through her chest and knee. Still handles herself with some flexibility and correctness on the go. I just like to give her a little more power if she's going to get around that heifer that wins the class. Then we got a heifer here in third. This Baldy here is a stout-featured one out here. She's got a lot of length of body. She's got more bone and power probably than the heifer that precedes her in the class. I don't read her as feminine and ladylike in her overall appearance, beginning at her head. I'd like to open her up in her heart a little bit as well, too, but still a high-quality individual for what she is, just maybe not my particular type in this class. One kind of like her here next in the lineup that just needs to have a little more cow look about her. That pair gets kind of close. She just doesn't handle herself quite as easy on the go as that female that wins that particular pair, but still a nice kind of female there. Just gets a little fragile and maybe just a little more not as attractive and cow-like in her facial features. Then the heifer that's next in this lineup here, one that certainly doesn't lack for muscle or performance or bone, but her head does look a little more terminal in terms of kind. Her muscle shape is a little more terminal for me, just not as feminine and ladylike in her overall appearance. Could handle that hip and rear leg quite a bit better also.
We'll now be getting ready to choose our junior and reserve champions. The results of Class 12 in fifth place. CLAC Honey 121J, Exhibitor 244, Campbell Land and Cattle. In fourth place, CLAC Beautiful 211J, Exhibitor 240, Campbell Land and Cattle. In third place, CNSHFS Woofta 960J 239's Exhibitor Conley Schick. In second place, SVJ She's a Lady J789, Exhibitor 237, SVJ Farm. And your class winner is Miss CCF Blossom, Exhibitor 242, Morgan McDaniel, the breeder also Morgan McDaniel.
really a good division of heifers out here in the lineup. Got a nice heifer here to win this first class. As we talked, she kind of set the pattern for what I was going to be looking for throughout the day. Beautiful design, nice rib cage in her, gets around the ring and moves pretty good. Is a little narrower footed maybe as we kind of study her right at the surface, but still an awfully nice kind of female. A lot of dimension and body and cow power in this heifer here in that second class. Again, probably her biggest fault for me is the condition she's got on her at this point. I'd just like to change that a touch. And then a pretty complete individual here that comes out of that third class in this particular lineup. That's going to be your champion out here in this calf division. Congratulations. Good, another good heifer steps up into the lineup. She kind of matches this particular group. Maybe change a few things there in the way her skeletal build is. Give her just a little more dimension maybe to her from a muscle standpoint, but awfully good female in her own right. I'm going to step down here and use your heifer that comes out first class for your reserve. Congratulations.
Your junior calf champion, exhibitor 242, Morgan McDaniel with Miss CCF Blossom. Your reserve junior calf champion goes exhibitor 232, Sydney Roberts with Miss Star 32J. Congratulations. We're now ready for class 14, class 13, entering the makeup, the show arena. Class 14 should be in the makeup arena. I will get it right. Excuse me, I've just been corrected. Class 13 will be a scratch. We are now entering with class 14. Class 15 should be in the makeup arena.
heck of a set of heifers here at the top end of this class specifically. And it's hard. My favorite when they came in, I guess I'm a sucker for a Baldy, this female here, and she came in, I just really landed on her hard. I love her face and her snout on her. The front end of that heifer is awfully, awfully good. I love her moderation of size and those things. But the more you study this female that I used to start this class, she gets harder and harder to punch a hole in. She is so ginormous bodied for this stage of the game, and that center rib and flank. Her foot size and skeleton blend together well. She's got a nice quality head on her also. A lot of dimension. They got her dialed in awfully good at this stage of the game. She's a little tighter up in her spine maybe. When you get her set, she just doesn't sink that spine into her maybe like some of the others we see in this deal, but really good female to begin with. We talked a little bit about the Baldy here. I like a lot of things about her. When I start breaking her apart, she maybe comes a little more in at her knees when we compare her to the heifer that wins that particular class. She'll want to get a little tighter on her rear pasterns from time to time in some of her steps, but awfully high quality individual out here. Good pair, good pair. The Bronco face coming out here now in class. Not quite my type. She is big-bodied. I do like them big-bodied, but she looks a little more terminal in terms of facial features. She's a little more refined in her bone work, and she doesn't look like she's going to grow a lot more as I just kind of study her future here. But well presented. Just need her to be a little more ladylike in her features. The heifer coming out here next in the lineup, a little bigger outline kind of female. I think you can flip-flop that last two animals if you want. She's just a little longer, narrower in terms of her face. I don't read her as maternal. She's going to be a big girl when it's all said and done in terms of frame, in my opinion. I'd like to set her down a little sounder in terms of the way she handles that hip and rear leg as well. Good group of females, though.
Class 15 should be entering the show arena. Class 16 in the makeup area. Your results of Class 14. In fourth place, Miss M.C. Freckles, age 14, exhibitor 249, Margie Napick. In third place, FFS Harper, age 530, exhibitor 246, Morgan Jackson. In second place, WCCOWST Maxi B123H, exhibitor 247, Tyson Woodard. And your class winner is STCC Serena's Gift 0173, exhibitor 248, Harley Sargent. Breeder was Claire Trinopole.
This class here is the hardest class I've sorted today, in my opinion, for me to line them up. There's a lot of different types and kinds here, different shapes, different types. We're going to start with this baldy heifer here. I think if you just kind of break them down and say which one, if I'm just looking at individuals, is more like what I like, I think this one surfaces for me. She's maternal in terms of her kind. She's got some body depth in her. She's satisfactory from a structural standpoint. I'd like to make her better, but she's the one that best suits my taste here in this lineup. Then we get into some different kinds. So the red heifer here, from a performance standpoint and body standpoint, suits me pretty well. The design of her shoulder and her front knee assembly and her front end, I don't like as well. She gets a little short, wide neck, a little straight fronted, doesn't read as maternal through the front third of her body, but she's got a lot of dimension to her, and she's relatively sound from their back. Nice heifer here, a lot of performance. Then the heifer coming third in class, I like her from the side. Her lines are good, her depth of body. She gets a little narrower all the way throughout. Her face is narrow, her chest is narrow. She's a little flat in terms of her hip and rump shape. I just like to base her a little wider all the way throughout and get her a little more quality and character and maternal look about her face. The heifer rounding out the class here, certainly one of the stouter featured ones in terms of some muscle shape and rib dimension. She's just terminal in my, as I study her face, her shoulder shape. She just needs to be more ladylike to slide herself up in class when I'm sorting the cattle.
Class 16 should be entering the show arena. Class 15 results are in fourth place. All Miss Whiskey 092H, Exhibitor 252, Addison Bartlow. In third place, Tylertown Primetime, Exhibitor 257, Tylertown Simmental. In second place, TT Redbird H51, Exhibitor 253, James Jackson. And your class winner, SBF Excite H09, Exhibitor 254, McCall Creek. They were also the breeder. We would ask if you would, we'd greatly appreciate if you would wear the correct exhibitor numbers when you come to the show ring. It would make it a little easier for us. We would appreciate that. Thank you.
did a little different pair of heifers here, and there's some things I like and dislike about each one here in the lineup. Where I start with this heifer here that I used to win the class, I think feet and legs and skeleton and movement, I think she excels this particular pair. She balances well for me. I like her body shape. I like her muscle design, but she really wins in terms of structural integrity and the way she handles herself on the go. I don't think she's quite as maternally looking in her face and neck design as the heifer that we have here in second. And that's what I like about the heifer in second. That's why I think it's close. This one's got a big muzzle on her, a high quality head, female that's got a lot of rib cage in her. To me, she breaks a little in behind her shoulder. She doesn't handle her rear pasterns as well as I'd like her to today. But a nice pair of heifers there that I think are close. Congratulations.
We are now ready to choose our senior calf champion and reserve. The results of Class 16 in second place, M2C Tylertown Inspire 20H, Exhibitor 259, Madison Metzger. Your class winner is Clearwater Ditto H79A, Exhibitor 258, Bailey Dwinger.
Good division of heifers here. Excellent pair that comes out of our first class in this division. A lot of quality there all the way throughout. I certainly think had a stout division here in the lineup. I'm going to make this kind of short and sweet. There's a pair of heifers that hit me pretty hard in this division. That's going to be these two standing right over here. They're right out of that first class. You'll be grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Your senior calf champion will be Exhibitor 248. That's Harley Sargent, STCC Serena's Gift 01H3. Your reserve senior calf champion will go to Exhibitor 247, Tyson Woodard with WCCO WST Maxi B 123H. Congratulations. We are now ready for Class 17 to enter the show arena. Class 18 should be on their way to the makeup arena.
It's my understanding here we have a class and a division out here in the particular lineup. So I'll just describe these cattle to you as we kind of make our way down the line, and then I'll kind of tell you how I like them here in this division. Young lady's heifer here, the Baldy on the right. Some nice pieces of her. She's got some rib shape. She's fit very well as we study her in that regard. As we start breaking her apart as a maternal cow prospect, that's where she starts maybe not hitting a few marks for me. Her facial features and her neck shape are not quite right for me. She gets a little rounder out of her hip, and the way her muscle is designed, she wants to hawk in a little from behind. Just today's not going to probably be her day under this judge. Then we get into a pair of heifers that I think got some uniqueness to them. The gentleman's heifer here in the middle, she is a big-bodied kind of heifer. She's moderate frame. She's soft. She's easy fleshing. There's a lot of quality there. She gets a little shorter from her shoulders forward. She's a little more maybe refined in terms of foot size and carrying a little bit of condition today, but certainly a pretty high quality kind of individual there. As we look at the heifer that's here right behind her in the lineup, there are some awfully unique pieces in this animal. She's got great big feet, and she can handle them on the go very well. She's as flexible and I guess maybe as athletic as a lot of them we've seen today. I like her head and the skull that she's got on her, and she's very fresh in terms of her condition. That's a good quality individual there. I think it gets close between that pair. My preference in this group is our young lady's heifer, and she's going to be your champion in this division. Young man will have reserve. Congratulations.
Class 18 should be entering the show arena, Class 19 in the makeup arena. Your results of Class 17 in third place, MS3BCC, Exhibitor 261, Megan Brown. In second place, Bramlett's DBLG MEHO26, Exhibitor 262, Luke Gilbert. In first place, DPL Sandy 340H, Exhibitor 263, Pepper Elmore. Your summer yearling champion goes to Exhibitor 263, Pepper Elmore with DPL Sandy. And your reserve summer yearling goes to Exhibitor 262, Luke Gilbert with Bramlett's Emmy.
Nice class of heifers here, and I think we have the two cow prospects here in the top pair. Gentleman's heifer coming out here, I think, is just as good structured as any of them out here in terms of the way she handles her feet and legs. She's a big-bodied individual and sure cowy in her look. You might call her a little small for some of you, but kept her fresh, and that's a Yeah, I think she wins on structure and female character. The heifer here in second, I think is the other real cowy-looking female out here in the lineup. She probably doesn't handle her rear pastern as well, and that's what's probably got her in second. For me today, there's a little more here to the female than there is to the one that wins the class. Then we got kind of a fancy heifer here in third. She's got some neat lines in her, pretty attractive in terms of the way that she's made. I probably find her just a little more refined in her features of her face compared to that pair of heifers, and I don't think she's as opened up right through her center cavity. Doesn't give me quite the female soft presence, but a looker she is, and a high quality one she is at that, just maybe not quite my kind today. The heifer coming next in the lineup probably is a little more maternal featured out here. She just gives up a little quality, I think, to that trio of females that precede her in the lineup. I'd just like to see her just a little bit, I guess maybe just got a little more look about her up front, maybe to compete with that trio and beat her in class. The heifer coming next in the lineup, nice depth of body, nice levelness of lines. For me, she gets just a little maybe short-faced, a little more terminal there, gets a little straighter up and down in terms of that front limb assembly. I'd like to see her changed up there a little. Young ladies, female coming out here next in the lineup. One that just doesn't get around maybe as comfortably structurally. I'd like to see her a good bit sounder. She's a little more terminal in her facial features and not as deep-bodied either, and that's what's shuffled her down in the lineup. A great big-bodied, powerful heifer coming out here next in class. She reads just a little coarse for me in a number of places. I'd just like her to be sounder in the way she handles her rear leg travel as well, and that's probably her biggest fault that's got her shuffled down to the class. But a good group of heifers out here in the lineup.
Class 19 should be entering the show arena. Class 20 in the makeup arena, along with 21. Your results of Class 18. In 7th place, Jazz SHER Beautiful Crazy 039H, Exhibitor 271. Cody Moore. In 6th place, Miss MC Flojo, Exhibitor 266, Emily Gaddis. In 5th place, CLAC Black Jade 480H, Exhibitor 274, Tyson Woodard. In 4th place, CHCS Yin Yang Girl, Exhibitor 272, Michael Barnett. In 3rd place, Miss CCF Gestress H305, Exhibitor 269, Trace Lambreth. In 2nd place, JAS SHER Beautiful Crazy 013H, Exhibitor 295, Jasper Tarr. And your class winner is Seldom Rest Lucy 0064H, Exhibitor 267, Hudson Myers. The breeder is Seldom Rest Farms and Catherine Coleman.
Nice pair of heifers here to begin this particular class. I think there's some differences amongst this pair. I find this female I start the class with to maybe just be a little better in terms of her angles of her skeleton, her softness of her spine. Very maternal female, very high quality also. She's going to be moderate for some, but I like this female quite a bit. There's a lot of cow potential in her. A little more power and dimension probably we see in this heifer here in second. Got some more boldness to her. She's probably just a touch fresher in terms of her condition for me. Maybe not quite as maternally faced. Gets a little more up and down in parts of her skeleton, but still a really high quality individual out here in the lineup. Heifer in third here just gets a little out-horsed by that pair that precede her in the lineup. She just not quite as high quality up in the front third of her skeleton in terms of facial features and neck shape and things, but still a good sound one that's still functional in terms of her skeleton. Just a nice trio of females here up top. The young lady's heifer coming here next in the lineup just gives up some maternal quality to the animals that precede her in the lineup. She's probably the hardest structured of them and maybe the most terminal in her features. Good group of females out here in that class.
Class 20 will enter the show arena. Class 21 in the makeup area. Your results of Class 19. In fourth place, ECS ALL Precious 035H, Exhibitor 276, Adcock Land and Livestock. In third place, CLAC Black Satin 500H, Exhibitor 277, Jessica Stockdale. In second place, SBC Eclipse 794H, Exhibitor 279, Jordan Stevens. And your class winner is Brentlett's DBLG MEHO 28, Exhibitor 281, Campbell Belcher. The breeder was Luke Gilbert.
Single entry out here in this lineup, a female that's moderate. She's big-bodied, she's powerful. She gets a little coarse for me in a number of places, her shoulder, her chest, her teat design. I'd like to see her just a little more refined, I think, in this particular lineup. But a good heifer here is a single entry. Congratulations.
Class 21 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 20. Your winner is SCSF Panic, Exhibitor 282, Ethan Barty. The breeder was Trace Lambreth and Stephen Cooper. If you could be getting those first and second place calves in the makeup area, we will choose our junior yearling champion and reserve following Class 21. Then we will be ready for Class 22.
Interesting class of heifers here. The female I'm going to use to start the class with is a motley faced heifer here coming. Big feet, good structure, good design, fresh in her appearance. Just a high quality kind of heifer. Wish she was a nickel softer looking and maybe just a little easier fleshing in her look, but still a good heifer here to win this particular class. The big bodied, soft, easy fleshing ones here in second. She's just a little bit far from a condition standpoint. I wish she was a nickel fresher for me. She's a little more refined in terms of her makeup, but still a good cow prospect, and I think that's fairly close there between that pair of heifers. The heifer coming third in the lineup just runs into some structural issues for us. The way she wants to handle herself coming out of her front end just needs to be sounder really on both ends of her skeleton.
We're ready to choose our junior yearling champion and also reserve. The results of Class 21. In third place, Harris Princess 760H, Exhibitor 283, Addison Bartlow. In second place, Clearwater Beauty, H317C, Exhibitor 285, Andrew Vestige. And your class winner is Miss CCF Gestress H301, Exhibitor 286, Morgan McDaniel. We're now choosing our junior yearling champion and reserve.
We just need him on stand.
Once again, do want to thank our judge today, Mr. Kerry Crow. He has a beautiful, amazing wife, Dawn. He's been married for 23 years, has 3 beautiful daughters. He was a member of the National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Kansas State University. He's involved in the commercial and seed stock business. He also is the service manager for Trans-Ova Genetics in the southern region. Well, thank Kerry for being here with us today. The young ladies helping us in the ring today, Bella Swain. She's from Kentucky. She's a third-generation exhibitor here at the Sweepstakes. Also from Oklahoma, Kylie Elmore. She's a second-generation exhibitor. Thank you for helping out, ladies.
Really a good division of cattle here, and some few differences here in kind of the lineup, and I'll kind of describe through them as I see them and try to be as accurate as I do that going through here. The heifer that I used to win the class, for the first class in this division, I think is really sound structurally, an excellent set of feet and legs. She's been put together pretty well here and displayed well to us. A female that's got some maternal quality, just puts it in a little more moderate package than some, but a very high quality individual, excellent set of feet and legs, and a lot of future in her. The cow prospect here that comes out of the second class, again, in that class, best set of feet and legs, the soundest one out there in the lineup. She comes a little shorter neck maybe and a little flatter as you kind of read her. It'd be kind of the holes that I pick in her. But still an awfully good cow prospect. Single entry, as we talk, gets a little coarse here in the third class, and then we get on to our fourth class, female that's really good, structured, big-footed, flexible, a little bigger framed and probably a little harder keeping in her look as we compare to some of the others out here in the lineup. Got some good seconds. We'll get to talk about another second here in a second. The female that I'm going to use to win this division comes out of our first class. Congratulations. Bring our second place heifer out here in the lineup from that particular class that we found our champion in. Really high quality individual as well. She just wasn't handling maybe her rear pasterns quite as good as we would have liked, but got some unique pieces in her also, and a lot of freshness about her. A real high quality individual. I think it comes down pretty close between her and this heifer that stands right behind her. We're going to stay in that same class, though, and you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Your junior yearling champion will be exhibitor 267, Hudson Myers with Seldom Rest Lucy 0064H. And your reserve junior yearling champion goes to exhibitor 295, exhibitor 295, excuse me, that's Jasper Tarr with JASSSHER, beautiful crazy 013H. Congratulations. Now have class 22 entering the show arena. Class 23 and 24 should be headed to the makeup arena at this time.
Really a powerful red heifer out here as a single entry. A lot of width, skeleton, boldness to her features. With that, she comes just a little coarser in her features to me. Her tail head sits up in her a little bit. She gets a little coarser about her head. Needs a little better foot quality. Needs to move a little more flexible when we get her set in motion as well. But a nice female here is a single entry.
Class 23 should be entering the show arena with class 24 in the makeup area. Your results of class 22. Your winner is RGH Alley Rose 440G, exhibitor 288, Kyril Moore.
Nice female here is a single entry out in the lineup. Gives you a great profile from the side, like her levelness of lines, depth of body, the way her neck attaches into her shoulder. She gets a little longer, narrower faced as I study her there. Maybe like to square those feet up just a little bit right at the surface on the back, free her up on the go. But it's certainly a nice female here in this lineup at single entry.
Class 24 should be entering the the show arena with Class 25 in the makeup area. Your results of Class 23. Miss CCF Gestress G107, Exhibitor 289, Madison Metzger, your winner.
Real nice single entry here in this lineup. Beautiful pattern cow prospect here that gives you a nice look from the side, starting an excellent udder on her as well. It'd be interesting to see her out here in this division lineup.
Class 25 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 24, RPBCR Built to Love G103, exhibited by 291, Josie Phillips. You could be getting those first place calves and ready for our senior yearling champion and reserve. Also, immediately following that, we will be choosing our grand and reserve grand percentage heifer. So if you were a champion or reserve, make your way to the makeup arena also. Thank you.
Nice pair to round out this last class in this division. We're going to leave them like they stand. The female on the right is going to be the class winner. She's got great big feet, great angles to her skeleton, hip and rear leg is made right. Deep-bodied kind of female that they've kept pretty fresh at this stage of the game. I'm going to do a little more studying on her as we get into this grand lineup, but a nice quality female that I think wins the class fairly handily. The heifer here in second is a bit more moderate in terms of her mature size as I predict her. She just gets a little more fragile about her head shape, just a little more brittle when we get her set in motion, a little more terminal in her kind. I'd like to see her a little cowier and sounder on the go.
We will be ready to choose our senior yearling champion and reserve. The results of Class 25. In second place, Miss CCF Heartache. Exhibitor 294, Trace Lambert. Your class winner, HNRX Fancy 9103G. Exhibitor 293, Sarah Armitage. Now entering will be your class winners for this division. Once again, as soon as we choose this champion and reserve, we will be ready to choose the grand champion percentage heifer, which is sponsored today by Rocking P Livestock LLC, and the reserve grand champion percentage heifer sponsored by Schick Hafner Cattle. Following that, we will have the percentage group classes.
All right, real powerful division animals out here, and I think it gets pretty close. I still haven't made my mind up yet. We'll kind of talk through. We got the red heifer that we talked about in class. Stout needs just a little more correctness of skeleton and femininity. One standing still I like quite a bit is the one here in the second class. Really gives you that right kind of pattern about her, a nice fresh female. Just probably not as comfortable coming and going structurally as I find in the other pair of heifers that are standing out here in the lineup, but it's certainly a good female. We get into this next pair of heifers here, and I think this is where it gets really tough and close for me. The heifer standing right in front of me, I like her mature size as I predict that out on her. She is very ladylike in her facial features. She's set together a little more appropriately for me in her shoulder and things. A female that probably isn't quite as agile when we ask her to go, maybe as that heifer right behind her. She's a little tighter up right in her top line. Maybe if you want to pick on her just a little bit. Getting in behind her, she probably comes a little more base narrow if you want to pick on her there as well. But got a beautiful udder started on her. There's a lot of quality in that female. I like her quite a bit. The heifer coming out here in that last class, I think, has got great big feet, takes a great big strides, really flexible in her spine, really flexible on her feet and legs. A female that as she comes at you is probably a little wider set, especially into her lower shoulder. Maybe not quite as refined maybe in the features of her as you study up in her face, as is the heifer that's right ahead of her in the class. That gets really tough for me because there's parts I love on each one of these individuals as I'm studying both of them here in the lineup. Very, very close placing between that pair of heifers. I'm going to use this heifer that comes out of that last class will be your champion in this division. Right ahead of her will be reserved. Congratulations.
Your senior yearling champion will be exhibitor 293, HNRX Fancy 9103G, exhibitor 293, Sarah Armitage. Your reserve senior yearling champion is 291, RP BCR Built to Love G103, exhibitor 291, Josie Phillips. We're now ready to have our grand drive for percentage heifer. Right after that, we will have our percentage group classes. We have our grand champion drive entering the show arena. If the percentage group classes would make their way to the makeup area at this time, that would be great. As soon as we do the group classes, we will take pictures of our grand animals and reserve. Then we'll be ready to start the purebred bull show with class 26. If a representative from Rocking P Livestock LLC and Schick Hafner Cattle would come up here, please, to present our Grand and Reserve Award.
Man, it's been a heck of a percentage show here. We're going to break them apart a little bit more as we get into this grand lineup. I'm going to talk about a set of individuals that I think are in contention here and spend most of our time on that. The heifer that comes out of the second division, just really impeccable skeleton in this individual, impeccably designed as we study her from the side, a tremendous amount of body, balances, a super high quality kind of a female there, comes together with a lot of quality and I think a ton of future, and just a really good individual there that I like a lot. When she came in the ring, I liked her, and I still do out here in the lineup now. Then we get into the fourth class out of this division, the young man's heifer here. I think one that's very sound when we get her set in motion. I love her body capacity. I love her rear leg travel. She gets a little smaller as we kind of study her out in terms of mature size. I don't necessarily like them great big, but she is a little smaller. She gets a tick rounder in the shape of her neck and wants to break just ever so slightly right in behind her shoulder. I'd maybe like to fix her just a touch there. Then we have the heifer that comes out of this last class in the lineup that I also think is out here in contention. I love her skeleton. I love her feet. I love her when she gets set in motion. She's so flexible in terms of type and kind. I think she just, I'd like to change her up just a notch in her head and facial features just a bit. Maybe lay her lower shoulder in her just a touch better there, but really good skeleton, nice soft top line, level rump, good rear leg design, a nice foot underneath her. I think that's a good individual out here in the lineup. Got some good seconds out here as well. And now I have to kind of make my mind up. I've put it off long enough. So I'm going to make one more pass and decide kind of what I want to do out here as we round out this division. But congratulations. Give all the exhibitors a big round of applause of breeding and exhibiting some great cattle.
That's our judge today, Mr. Kerry Crow, evaluating your Simmental cattle. Your grand champion percentage heifer this morning goes to exhibitor 248, Harley Sargent, with STCC Serena's Gift 01H3. And your reserve grand champion percentage heifer goes to exhibitor 293, Sarah Armitage, with HNRX Fancy 9103G. Congratulations. We are now ready for the percentage group classes that will take place. Then we will take a break to take pictures of our grand heifers and reserve. Then we'll be ready to start our purebred bull show. We need those group classes to the show arena at this time. Please head up through the makeup area. The group classes, please.
Yeah, if they're not up here.
We're still taking our pictures for the Grand and Reserve. And as soon as we're done with that, we will do the percentage group classes, and then we'll be ready to jump right into the bulls. I'd like to take this opportunity to wish a very special happy birthday to a great guy, Mr. Dan. He is awesome. Happy birthday, Dan. I owed him that. Would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who were at the sale yesterday, whether you were a bidder or whether you had the opportunity to purchase embryos, semen, or some of the stuff in the fun auction. Third highest sale ever at the Sweepstakes, approximately $30,000. So a big pat on the back to all of you breeders and all of you that come out yesterday to support the Sweepstakes. Also a reminder on the pink slips, which are your nominations for judges and suggestions. Those need to be turned in after the show to the office to Jamie. And if those do not get turned in, you probably won't get a premium. So those definitely need to be turned in to receive your premiums and for your release to leave the show. Thank you. Once again, we'll give a big shout out to the webcast sponsors, Innovation Ag Marketing, Adcock Land and Livestock, Camel Land and Cattle, Dwyer Cattle Services, Horseman Cattle Company, Metzger Cattle Company, Show Champion Supply of Kentucky, T-Bar TLLC, Stevens Beef Cattle, Red River Farms, Jamie and Anna Krieger, From the Ground Up Sale, Circle M Farms, Bar QH Simmentals, Kentucky Nutrition, White Gold Mills, CNC Farms, Clearwater Simmentals, Hartman Cattle Company, MBK Cattle, Schaefer Show Cattle, and Sunset View Farms, XTB Cattle. Thank you for your sponsorship. I believe we're ready for our percentage group classes as they enter the show arena. In your best pair bred and owned, second place goes to Tyson Woodard, and your first place best pair bred and owned goes to Morgan McDaniel. In your produce a dam, it will be exactly the same way with Tyson Woodard in second and Morgan McDaniel in first. First place in the breeders herd will go to Morgan McDaniel. We'll be ready pretty shortly here to begin our purebred show, which will be starting off with our bull show. So classes 26, 27, and 28. Then we will choose our junior calf champion and reserve. We're now ready to begin our purebred show with the bulls. We'll start with class number 26, should be entering the show arena, with class 27 and 28 in the makeup area.
A nice bull to start off our purebred show. If I'm right, this is a calf on the side of the cow. Is that right? Big-bodied individual, a lot of substance to him. As we talked about him in that division, he just gets a little shorter and rounder in the way that he's made through his shoulder and front end, a little rounder out of it, his hip, but good masculine, big-bodied bull here to start us off. Congratulations.
Class 27 should be entering the show arena, with class 28 in the makeup area. Your winner in class 26, Emmy J. Coronada, 215J, exhibitor 401, Morgan Jackson.
Nice, stout, masculine bull calf here in this single entry. It's a good made kind of a calf. He's got plenty of shape and muscle in him. A little nervous out here, and so he's not one to probably lead like we'd like him to. But a good calf here. It'll be interesting to see him as we get into our division lineups here.
Class 28 should be entering the show arena. The results of class 27, your winner is H2O's Mr. Order, exhibitor 403, H2O Farm. Following this class, we will choose our junior calf champion and reserve.
Really good bull calf here. So deep-sided, so good skeleton, real productive in his look. Got a little more chest and throat in him, and I like that in one this age. It's a real practical, masculine bull here to win this class.
Your winner of Class 28, CNHS FS 102, clarified JO12. Exhibitor is 405, Mabry Sheck. We'll now be choosing our junior calf champion and reserve.
Awful nice division out here. Got some good individuals out here in the lineup today. I think there's a real easy place to start with an individual that just kind of pulls all the parts and pieces together, and that's going to be our young ladies bull. He's going to win this division. Congratulations. I think it does get a little closer in spots between the next two. I'm going to go ahead and side with the young ladies bull here on that end, just a little more mass and dimension to him. Good individuals out in this lineup, though. Congratulations.
Your junior calf champion goes to exhibitor 405, Mabry Schick, with CNS HFS 102, clarified JO12. Your reserve junior calf champion will go to exhibitor 401, Morgan Jackson with MEJ Coronado 215J. Congratulations. We'll now be ready for Class 29. Also, if Class 30 could be headed to the makeup arena, and Class 31, 32. We now are ready for Class 29 in the show arena. Class 29 in the show arena at this time, please. Class 30 in the makeup area.
Really a nice single entry bull here. Man, he's good in terms of skeleton and structure. Good design kind of a bull. Maybe could use just a shot more masculinity for his age as we kind of study him, but in terms of feet and leg assembly and the body and the muscle, that's a good character there. Be interested to see him out here in the lineup in a bit.
The results of Class 29. Your winner is Tylertown Breakthrough, Exhibitor 409, Tylertown Simmentals. That will also be your senior calf champion. We're now ready for Class 30. Class 31, 32, and 33 should be headed to the makeup area, please. Class 30 now in the show arena. Once again, 31, 32, and 33 should be in the makeup area.
Another nice single entry bull here. Got a good pattern about him. A bull that can reach and go structurally. Maybe just a little frailer in his makeup. Could use a little shot more stoutness to him. But it's still a good bull here. Single entry.
Class 31 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 30, first place, Tylertown Little Iron. Exhibitor 412, Tylertown Simmental. That will also be your summer yearling champion.
A real stout featured bull here coming into the lineup. Plenty of muscle shape in him, lots of bone about him. A bull that I guess my main thing would be to change him up structurally. Just a little more timid coming and going. Needs to be better in the way he handles his hip and rear leg for me, but certainly a muscular bull. Got a lot of extension and performance. Congratulations.
Class 32 will be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 31 in first place, MLCC Simpatico, H71D, Exhibitor 413, Luke Herr.
Awfully good bull here, super masculine, got a nice design about him. I appreciate the amount of width and power and rib cage he has in him. Big feet, good angles to his skeleton. Probably could just today, I don't know, he's not handling his rear pasterns maybe quite as good as I wish he could, but a pretty good bull all the way around. Nice individual. We'll see him here in the division drive in just a minute.
Class 33 should be entering the show arena. The results of Class 32: in first place, Rocking P Private Stock H010. Exhibitor 415, Josie Phillips. Following this class, we will choose our junior yearling champion and reserve. Then we'll be ready for Class 34.
Another real good single entry bull. Got a nice pattern about him. Bull that is up-headed. He's leveling his lines. Has some extension. He too wants to probably be just a little more timid in the way he handles his rear feet and pasterns when he sets them to the surface. Maybe could use just a touch more flank, but still an awfully good bull here as a single entry. We'll see him here in just a second.
We'll now be ready to choose our junior yearling champion and reserve. The results of Class 33. In first place, Bramlett's Ace H009, Exhibitor 416, Bramlett Simmentals, and Circle M Farms.
Good division of bulls here. I think we've got some give and takes amongst the animals here, and as we kind of evaluate structure, we've got a few things we'd change that would help each one of these bulls a little bit here. But I think there's some things that are probably a little bit more acceptable for us structurally than others. The bull here on my far right, I'd probably read him just a little, maybe got a few more problems in his rear leg travel than maybe the other pair of bulls out here in the lineup. So he kind of shuffles himself down in that regard. The other pair of bulls, I think, get pretty close. I think the bull that designs up a little better for me. I like his foot shape better, his body dimension a little bit better. It's going to be this bull here in the middle. He's going to be your champion of this division. Reserve will be right behind him. Congratulations.
Your junior yearling champion will be exhibitor 415, Rocking P Cattle, Circle M, Red River, and Toll Cattle with your reserve will go to exhibitor 416. That is Bramlett Simmentals and Circle M Farms with Bramlett's Ace H009. Congratulations.
Good single entry bull here, really extended up front, and his neck sets really high on the top of his shoulder. He's long spine bull, very masculine in his kind. A lot of foot and bone underneath this bull. I wish he was a little more opened up, probably right through his center body and back into his flank. A little timid in the way he wants to handle those rear pasterns today, but a nice bull here as we get into these older bulls.
Your results of Class 34, your winner is OBCC Goose GB17, Exhibitor 417, Owen Brothers Cattle Company, and XTB Cattle. We're now ready. That will also be your senior yearling champion. We're now ready to have our grand champion purebred bull drive. Once we are finished with our grand champion bull purebred bull drive, we will have our cow-calf pair show. Then we'll be ready to begin our purebred heifer show.
Really a nice purebred show. Kind of describe what I'm seeing for you here as I go down the lineup here. I really like this calf that comes out of the first class. Got the right amount of foot and bone. Gets around the ring as good as any of them out here in the lineup today. Tremendous amount of body capacity. Just a real productive looking individual. I think it's got a lot of breeding potential out here in terms of going on and making a sire that'll get used out here in the industry. Big set of testicles, a lot of masculinity, tremendous body volume. We go down the lineup here. The calf that comes out of that second class or second division as a single entry, really good structured, moves really well. Maybe could be just a little more stout, a little more masculine in his features. A little plainer bull here out of the third lineup needs some structural changes and some masculinity additions. And then we get down in here into the last two classes in this division. I think we've got a really good individual here in the next to last division, a very stout featured masculine bull. I like his frame size. I like his body capacity. I like his squareness to his skeleton. We picked on a few of these bulls here earlier about just needing to have a little more cushion today on those rear feet and pasterns, and it doesn't look like standing there's anything wrong with the shape of his foot or the angle of his pastern or the angle of his rear hock, but I'd sure like to see him get around a little easier today. Then the bull that comes out of our last division here, a real long spine kind of a bull. As we mentioned there, he too is struggling a little bit for me in terms of just being super athletic on the go. I wish he had a little more body capacity in him. Maybe change that sheath design a touch and just soften him a little right through his center cavity is probably my biggest complaint on him. Really good set of bulls here, though. Set I really like a lot. I think it gets kind of close between several of these. I'm going to go ahead and use the calf to win the show here. Congratulations. And we're going to come back with this bull right in front of me for reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion purebred bull will go to exhibitor 405, Mabry Sheck, with CNS HFS 102 clarified JO12. And your reserve grand champion purebred bull goes to exhibitor 415, which is Rocking P, Circle M, Red River, and Toll Cattle with Rocking P private stock, HO10. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now taking the pictures of the grand and reserve. Then we'll be ready for our cow-calf pairs. Then we will take pictures of those animals, the grand and reserve, and then we will be ready for class 36 of our purebred Simmental heifer show. Once again, glad to see everybody out to watch this show this morning. The Simmental breeders have brought a fine set of animals for you all to evaluate, along with our judge, Carrie Crow. There are a lot more to go, so please enjoy. If you need some refreshments or some snacks, take an opportunity to do that. And once again, I would like to mention that the sale yesterday was the third highest in Simmental Sweepstakes history, raising around $30,000. So a big pat on the back to the bidders and the buyers of the embryos, the semen, and also the fun items. There was a really, really expensive pair of earrings that sold. I'm not sure who has them on today. I'll give you a little rundown. Some of the highlights of the auction yesterday. The Illinois Junior Association, they raised a total of $1,150. On this one, the Chic Chicks, they were one of the buyers. They're going on a VIP camping trip up in Wisconsin.
Yeah, but they're going to stay in Missouri.
But they're going to stay in Missouri. Okay. And Mad Luke Cattle Company was also one of those buyers. Our high selling in the semen auction yesterday, the buyer was Atkins Cattle Company. They got some Quantum Leap semen. That's pretty awesome. In our embryo auction, I'm looking through here real quick. I believe our high seller in the embryos were to Stout and Brill Livestock. They bought the embryos from Sandine Donna 8302 on the choice.
And CNC donated a second lot to put us over the top of 30,000 on those.
I've just been informed CNC donated a second lot yesterday, which moved that total over the 30,000 mark. In the fun auction, as I said, there was quite a few things here that we did really, really well on. Looking through, there was a bottle of bourbon, a cow print. Big thanks to Chan and Tanya Phillips for that. Looking the earring there, once again, those earrings were a pretty high dollar item. Had a Yeti cooler sold to the Trinopole Farms. If I get an opportunity later, I'll go through some of the other buyers on some of these things. The embryos totaled $21,550. The semen totaled $59.50. The fun item auction was $26.25 for that $30,125. Once again, this show today is being watched live through liveauctions.tv. We sure appreciate her being here and taking care of that for us today. Once again, I want to remind you, all 6 grand champions will need to come back at the end of the show for the Nick Overpick Memorial winner. We're now ready for our cow-calf purebred show. This will be class number 35. At the conclusion of this class, they will take 2 pictures. Then we will be ready for class 36 of our heifer show.
Good set of pairs here. I think we've got an excellent place to start with. This young man's pair is going to win this division. Just the right size, very cowy featured as you study her front third. She's got a beautiful udder on her, a lot of rib cage. Foot and bone assembly is good. She's just a little tighter on her pasterns here today when we get her set in motion, but an excellent brood cow there. I like her a lot. Good heifer calf on her side as well. Pair here in reserve, a little longer bodied kind of female out here. I like her extension. She's sound enough structurally. I wish she was just a little bigger right through the center part of her body. Maybe just a little more refined in her teat size for me at this stage of the game. Good little heifer calf on her side as well. Good pair. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Your results of class 35. In second place, exhibitor 422, Grace McLean, with Miss CCF Making Memories with a heifer calf at side. And your class winner is Bramlett's DBLG MEG 930, exhibitor 421, Luke Gilbert. Exhibitor 421, Luke Gilbert, will be your grand champion cow-calf pair with Bramlett's DBLG Emmy, and your reserve grand champion cow-calf goes to exhibitor 422, Grace McLean. Congratulations. We'll take a couple quick pictures, and then we'll be all set to start our purebred heifer show with class number 36. We're ready to start our purebred heifer show with class number 36. Class 36 is entering the show arena. Class 37 should be in the makeup arena.
Really an awfully nice heifer to begin with. I think one of them other, maybe in the percentage show, we started off with one that we'd like to build them to look like that as we went through the show. And this is certainly one that kind of fits that same mold. It'll be interesting to see her as we get into the lineup here later in this division. Congratulations.
Class 37 should be entering the makeup arena, entering the show arena. In the makeup area, we need class 38. Your results of class 36: in first place, LP Queen of Denial, J109, exhibitor 432, Laney Lasnick. We need class 38 in the makeup area. Class 38 to the makeup area.
Good class of heifers here. I think a nice place to start. Fundamentally, a sound female that designs up really well. She's got some body depth in her. She's real, maybe a little bit green today, but I think got a lot of future ahead of her in terms of the way she's designed and her skeleton. Maybe one that's a little further along than her here in second. Got a little more body capacity, carrying a little more condition. She just gets a little plainer up front, maybe not quite as attractive on the go. The heifer in third here, a little longer body, kind of a female, got some expression to her, comes in a little more moderate package. She gets a little frail structured for me and a little tight on her rear pasterns, a little smaller in her vulva. I'd like to just free her up a little bit in terms of her skeleton. The heifer coming next in the lineup is one that probably for me struggles the most in the way she wants to handle her hip and rear leg today. Gets her spine up in her just a touch. I'd like to see her a little softer, centered, a little more maternal in her features as well. Good group of heifers, though.
Entering the show arena will be class number 38. Your results of class 37: in fourth place, MLCC Miss Knockout, J71A, exhibitor 438, Luke Herr. In third place, Dillon's Miss Molly, exhibitor 437, Riley Smith. In second place, SVJ, she's a star J18, exhibitor 442. Exhibitor is SVJ Farms, and your class winner is WPCC Mary J518, exhibitor 435, Palmer Cattle Company.
Maybe this has become maybe my toughest class so far. I mentioned that earlier, but this one gets tougher. And one of the reasons why it's tough is because they're all good. Every one of these heifers is really nice. And I think there's some pros and cons and some give and takes amongst them all. And you can kind of set your pattern of what you want here if you need. The heifer I used to start the class with, I think, is just really good in terms of her skeletal build, the angles of her skeleton, her design and pattern from the side, beautiful face and head and neck and shoulder. And that's where she really excels for me in this particular group, is just her maternal face, neck, and shoulder assembly. She's a green kind of female, which you want them to be that way here today. She could use maybe just a little more substance, maybe just a little more muscularity if you watch how you make it and not round it up too much. Then we got a heifer here in seconds, kind of the performance heifer of the group. I love her depth of body. She sets down on the most amount of feet and bone. She gets around with some flexibility as well. She gets a little off in her hip that kind of throws her out of balance just a touch for me, and maybe just a little rounder in her neck shape. That's a good kind of production female there too. The red heifer coming next in class. Maybe the biggest problem today is the fact that she's just not showing herself off. She is trying to make herself not look the part because she's fidgeting around, and I think as she shows some more, she'll probably get better there. Gotta love her rib cage and body volume. I like her moderation of frame. She maybe gets just a little wider necked and a little up in her tailhead a touch. That's a nice heifer though too. All three are really excellent females. Congratulations.
We'll be ready to choose our junior calf champion and reserve. The results of class 38 in third place, Bramlett's Crocus J110, exhibitor 446, Bramlett Simmentals. In second place, SVJ Prima Donna J235, exhibitor 444, SVJ Farm. Your class winner is FC Quite Impressive, exhibitor 445, Emerson Tar. Entering the ring, we are now choosing our junior calf champion and reserve. Then we will move on to class 39.
Really a good division to start off with, and some excellent animals out here in this particular lineup. First heifer, as we mentioned in class, she just kind of set the stage of what we're looking for here as we kind of compare to the other ones out in the lineup. You got to appreciate her foot and the skeleton makeup and the way she moves around the ring. She's not as extended maybe up front as we see in a couple of these other heifers, but still a good structure assembly in her, still a good cow prospect there. She's in strong contention for this. The heifer in the second class, another beautifully made one, and she designs up really well. She maybe wants to toe out just a little bit up front, but still a great pattern kind of a female there. Got some structural integrity and design about her and balances up really well. And then the Baldy that comes out of this third class here, just really a neat one from the side. She's got a little extra neck extension maybe and a little higher quality facial features about her when we compare to that pair of heifers. She's deep centered and got a lot of flanks. She's a big bodied kind of a female. She's probably not as heavy duty in her skeleton nor as powerful up in her top as we kind of get on top of her and behind her, but a very unique individual that I like a lot of things about. Very close placings here. I like this heifer out of the class 3 to be your division champion. Congratulations. We bring that second place heifer in out of that class. Another good individual. I think we've got a trio of animals here that are very close and very competitive. As we kind of sort through these, I think it's just down to a few personal preference things. The heifer that maybe combines the most for me is that heifer that we started the show with. I like that female quite a bit, and she'll be your reserve division. Congratulations.
Your junior calf champion goes to exhibitor 445. That's Emerson Tarr with FC Quite Impressive. Your reserve junior calf champion goes to exhibitor 432. That's Lane Lasnick with LP Queen of Denial J109. Class 39 now entering the show arena. Class 40 in the makeup arena.
Heavy duty made heifer here that comes in as a single entry. Plenty of bone, plenty of width and muscle in her. She reads just a little coarser to me as I study her up in her head and neck. And when we get her in motion, maybe not quite as flexible and athletic in the way she wants to set her repass center and foot to the surface. But a good heifer here in a single entry.
We are now ready for class 40 to enter the show arena. Class 41 in the makeup area. Your results of class 39 in first place. KF Miss Lovely H140, exhibitor 449, Reese Knapp.
Nice pair of heifers here. I'm going to go ahead and use the gentleman's heifer on my right. I think she's just a little more complete individual for me, and maybe just a little more ladylike in her look as I study her up to the front third. You study her as an individual, she's pretty good in terms of her balance and her lines and her body. I like a lot of things about her. I would set her tail head in her a little bit nicer. It wants to jump out there just a touch. Maybe give her just a little more athleticism in the way she handles that rear leg too. But that's a good heifer. Going to be fun to look at in our division. The Baldy heifer out here in the lineup, pretty impressive individual in terms of just dimension of rib and some muscularity out there. A couple things I'll pick on her. She just doesn't have the most ladylike head about her. It looks a little coarser featured up there for me. I think she could handle herself a little better and more flexible with more reach on that rear leg, but impressive individual in terms of dimension. Good pair.
Class 41 will now be entering the show arena with Class 42 in the makeup area. Your results of Class 40: in second place, WHF Sox 876H, Exhibitor 452, and Lawrence Allen. And your class winner is Bramlett's Dakota H52, Exhibitor 451, Bramlett Simmentals.
Very good class of heifers here. Nice pair up here at the top. There's some differences between them. You're third right here. Yeah, slide right in there in between them. But the heifer I used to start the class with, I think, is so good. I think she's so cowy in the way that she's presented and featured. I think she's the right size. I think she's good structured. She's deep bodied. She's just a really neat individual here that I like a lot of things about. She's one that's tougher to really find much wrong with her as I study her in terms of type and kind. A good place to start. A good individual here in second in her own right. If you like him a little bigger and a little stouter, this one is one you can land on. She just gets a little coarser in the way her neck is designed, and maybe not quite as ladylike up in her head as the heifer that beats her in class, but still handles herself really well structurally speaking. I'd just like to moderate her type and kind just a little bit. Good heifer here in third, just gets a little out-horsed by them two really good ones in 1 and 2. I like her body capacity. She's fairly maternal in her build, just not as impressive as that pair of heifers that precede her in class. The heifer here in third, a real green one, but structurally speaking, you got to like her in terms of the way she comes and goes around the ring. She's just a little lighter muscled maybe and not as soft right through her center cavity. I probably like to open her up body-wise and give her an easier fleshing look, I think, and she could slide up several holes. The heifer that's rounding out the class is one that is easier fleshing probably than that one that precedes her. She just gets a little short-necked, a little more upright in her shoulder, and maybe doesn't handle herself with as much flexibility on her rear leg as we'd like. Good group of heifers all the way down, though.
Class 42 should be entering the show arena. The results of Class 41: in 5th place, SVF Sazerac H409, Exhibitor 458, McHale Creek. In 4th place, Tylertown Satisfaction, Exhibitor 457, Tylertown Simmentals. In 3rd place, Miss CCF Breakaway H209, Exhibitor 453, Ethan Barty. In 2nd place, TL Nadia 140H, Exhibitor 456, Paisley Schick. And your class winner is Rocking P Wildfire H129, Exhibitor 455, Marshall Wyatt Phillips.
Real good class of females here, especially the top end of this class. I'd say those top three get pretty close. I like this heifer I used to win the class. Just the way she presents herself in terms of her facial features and her neck design and shoulder come as broody as any of them to me out here in the lineup, and then drops that nice big rib cage in her. From any angle, this female looks really good. From the front, from the side, from the three-quarter angle, either way. I just probably when we get her set in motion, her top line just is a little stiff and a little rigid, and I'd like to just give her just a little more bounce to it and flex. But that's an awfully nice individual there in first. One that's a lot like her here in second. I think this one here is probably just a little more muscular in her shape and probably not as soft-centered. So with that, her neck wants to get a little wider on her compared to that heifer. She maybe rounds up a little bit more up into her flank in compared to that one, but handles herself really good on the go. I think it gets close between her and that Baldy, and behind her, I think she handles maybe her rear legs just a little better, and that's what gave her the edge. This female coming next in class is maybe the longest fronted of the three in that initial trio. I just wish she had a little more set to her rear pastern when we got her set in motion. Gave her just a little more flank, but that's a good trio of heifers there. Congratulations. The next heifer coming in the lineup is just a little plain, and that's why she's shuffled down. She's got the fundamentals of being big-bodied, moderate in her size, easy fleshing. She just gets a little coarser, and maybe in some of her features, I'd like to fancy her up a touch there. The heifer coming out, the young lady's got a real long-spined, kind of muscular female. She gets a little out there for me in terms of just going to be a bigger animal when it's all said and done. A little harder to keep, maybe just a little more terminally featured for the way I'm reading her today. But a good group of heifers all the way down the line.
We're now ready to choose our senior calf champion and reserve. Results of Class 42 in fifth place, 3BCC Beyond Belief, exhibitor 467, Megan Brown. In fourth place, RCC Miss Olive, exhibitor 469, James Jackson. In third, Bramlett's Lusk Gloria H596, exhibitor 466. Kylie Evans in second, WHF Andy 368H, exhibitor 465, David Mundy. And your class winner is SBC She's a Classic 815H, exhibitor 463, Jordan Stevens. We're now choosing our senior calf champion and reserve.
This is a stout division of cattle. First and seconds are all good out here. Just a real deep division, and some incredible individuals out here toward the top of the lineup. The heifer that wins the first class, I think, just a moderate kind of female, got some function to her, maybe not quite as striking as we get her out here against some of the other class winners out in the lineup, but a good individual in her own right. The heifer that wins that second class, just really attractive female, balances very well for us, good in terms of her structure. She probably gets just a little more, I compare her to some of the others, maybe just a tick more fragile in terms of her overall design, a little more refined in places. As we said, we like to maybe sit her tail head down in her just a little bit, but man, that's a good heifer here, and you just got to look at her here in comparison to some of the others. Probably not as soft, but would you ever look at her and say she's not got enough body? Probably not, wouldn't say that either. Just a really good individual there, balances really well. Just a whale of a cow prospect here is the way I would kind of describe the strip-faced heifer here next in the lineup. She is so maternal looking, so big-bodied, good in terms of her structure and skeleton. She's going to make a moderate, big-bodied, super functional animal in terms of the way I read her, in terms of growing out maturity and type and kind. I like that one a lot. I like animals like that quite a bit. The heifer here next in the lineup, again, I love this one's head, face, nostrils, her neck, and the way it lays into her shoulder. Really good body capacity. When you study her depth of side, I like the set to her rear leg. Her feet are good. She really designs up really good for me as well, and super ladylike in the way she's designed. When we got her into motion, she's maybe, I'd just like to sink that top in her just a little bit, but awfully good female. Got some real good seconds out here as well. We may talk about a few of them, particularly the young lady's heifer there that come out of that third class. She's a little bigger frame maybe than I particularly like, but still good in terms of fundamentals. Just like to gear her back in terms of performance. But awfully good group of females out here. Tremendous set. Congratulate all you exhibitors out here. I'm going to go with this heifer out of that class 3. Congratulations. And this is hard when you get to this level of cattle out here in this lineup. Obviously, there's good ones all the way through this, and I don't want to take away anything from anybody. I guess the one that suits me best today, that just kind of fits for me in everything in terms of structure, body, femininity, size-wise, is this young man's heifer right here. Congratulations on your reserve.
Your senior calf champion goes to exhibitor 455, Marshall Wyatt Phillips with Rocking P Wildfire H129. Your reserve senior calf champion is 463 exhibitor. That is Jordan Stevens with SBC She's a Classic 815H. Congratulations. We are now ready for class 43, And then we will choose our summer yearling champion and reserve. Then we will be Class 44. Class 43 entering the show arena. Class 44 to the makeup area, please.
Nice class of heifers here. I'm going to go ahead and start with this female on my right. I think she just is a sounder, structured version of the heifer we have in second. Probably just a little more feminine and maternal in her overall features. A little softer bodied heifer as well. Might like to give her just a, I don't know, maybe refine her just a touch in the way that she's made right down into her chest floor, but that's a good heifer here. The heifer in second, a little longer bodied kind of a female, got some expression. She's fairly lean composed, but she gets just a little more terminal in her features, a little shorter stride and a little harder moving, I think, if we compare to the heifer that wins the class. Congratulations.
The results of Class 43 in second place, Exhibitor 473, Megan Brown. Your class winner was Bramlett's DBLG C4 MEH 622, Exhibitor 472, Madison Frederick. Your your summer yearling champion will be number 472, Madison Frederick, with Bramlett's DBLG C4 MEH 622, and your reserve summer yearling champion 473, Megan Brown. We're now ready for Class 44 to enter the show arena, with Class 45 in the makeup area.
Nice group of heifers here. Gentlemen, if you'll bring your heifer out here, I think just designs up a little more like the pattern I like in terms of just being moderate, big-bodied, still feminine in her features. She could move a little better. She wants to get her spine up in her just a touch. She could be a little fresher, but I think she's the closest to what I like here today from a standpoint of putting things together. The Baldy heifer here in second. Real powerhouse in terms of center body volume, a lot of width and dimension. Maybe gets a little outside of herself in terms of the way she wants to handle herself. Maybe a little more upright in the set of that shoulder and knee. But got a beautiful udder started on her. A lot of pieces of her I like. The heifer coming third in class just slides down there for me as just being a little more terminal in terms of her type. Needs to be just a little more feminine in her features, but still sound enough kind of a heifer, got some muscularity to her. A real good group of heifers all the way through.
We are now ready for Class 45 to enter the show arena. Class 46 should be in the makeup area. Your results of Class 44: in third place, BFSC Gypsy 4H, Exhibitor 477, Jake James. In second place, Glimmer 800H, Exhibitor 478, Cairo Moore. And your class winner is AJM Marley 008H, Exhibitor 476, Tucker Metzger. Once again, would like to thank the young ladies helping us in the ring today. From Kentucky, Bella Swain. She's a third-generation exhibitor here at the Sweepstakes. Also from Oklahoma, Tylee Elmore. She is a second-generation exhibitor. Thank you.
Really a neat class of heifers here if you guys want to pull in for me. I think it gets real close here on top, back and forth in this pair of heifers here. The heifer I'm going to use to start the class with, I think just a little better from her shoulder forward for me in terms of her design and the extension of neck and where it sets into her shoulder and how her shoulder lays into her body. I like the swoop that she has to her rib cage. She's probably not as good right at the ground as is the heifer that I've got in second. And that's one thing that's really impeccable about this female that I've got here in second. Her feet are beautiful. They're perfectly symmetrical in size, and she handles herself really well on the go. A female that I think is pretty fresh in terms of her design. She gets a little short and a little wide necked, a little deeper chested, maybe a little more bold. If you're picking on her maybe in the shoulder, if I could change the front third of her, I think she may get around that heifer that wins the class. It's an awfully close pair. Heifer here in third, long-bodied, kind of clean-made type heifer here. She just gets a little tighter, probably in her construction of her forerib. She's not as good and clean in terms of her hoof design and things as that pair of heifers that precede her in class. I just need her to be a little sounder, I think, to run with that pair. The Baldy heifer coming here next in class. I like a lot of things about her in terms of just having some depth of body and some flesh and ease. She gets a little plain, a little deeper chested, maybe gets a little wider up front than she is from behind. We'd like to change her there. Good group of heifers, though.
Class 46 will now enter the show arena with Class 47 in the makeup area. Your results of Class 45. In fourth place, PPCC Simply Never Ending Exhibitor 480, Grant Hoffman. In third place, SSC She's Heartbreaker 32H, Exhibitor 483, Emma Harvey. In second place, RF Felicia H645, Exhibitor 479, Emerson Tarr. And your class winner is CNS HFS Knockout H086, Exhibitor 481, Conley Schick.
Good set of animals out here. I'm going to start with a red heifer in this lineup. She's a big-bodied individual. She's good right at the ground in terms of her foot shape, size. I like her rear leg set. Maybe gets ever so slightly a little tighter up in her top line. And maybe my biggest complaint on her is freshness today. She's just a little past where she needs to be condition-wise. If we could freshen her up a bit, that would make me like her even a little better than I do today. But she's an awfully nice female here to win the class. The heifer in second is fresher, and I appreciate that about her. I like the way you've kept her conditionally. She's a long-fronted heifer. She's pretty good in terms of her structure as well. Wish there was just a little bit more body capacity in her if we want to pick on her just a little bit, but that's a good pair of heifers here on top. The heifer here in third, I think there's a little gap probably in quality between the second and third holes. I like her moderation of frame. I just need her to be sounder in the way she kind of handles that front end and the way she handles her rear pasterns. It's a little bigger in her navel. The heifer coming here next in class, a deep-bodied kind of individual. I read her being real easy fleshing. She gets a little coarse in the shape of her head and her neck and her shoulder, and I'd just like to change her there. And it's opened up as she is up front, maybe give her a little more base width going away.
Class 47 should be entering the show arena. Your results of Class 46: in fourth place, Clearwater Cora H58C, Exhibitor 488, James Jackson. In third place, MLCC Princess H113, Exhibitor 486, Shaylee Marie Eisen. In second place, CCS JS Summer 40H, Exhibitor 484, Luke Herr. And your class winner goes to Bailey Spitfire 070H, Exhibitor 485, Morgan Jackson. Please bring the first and second place calves in this division for your junior yearling champion and reserve to the makeup area.
I want to start this class by saying that's the best dang third place heifer I think we've had all day. This set of females is just incredibly good. As we study this particular trio, any of them could have been class winners in different classes throughout the day. The completeness in my class winner that I use here, I love her head design. I love the broodiness that she has. I love how her parts and pieces fit together so well in her, from head, neck, shoulder, body, blends together. Her muscle design is right and good, and she hooks together so well in so many parts. She's one that doesn't necessarily need to be fit much and can look awfully good to me. I like her in motion really well too. She just handles herself really good on the go. The heifer in second here might be just a little better right at the surface in terms of the shape of her feet, especially on the back too, if you want to get critical. I love this one's foot and leg assembly. I love her pattern, and she's awfully fresh as well. She maybe wants to break a little bit in her top line relative to the heifer that wins this particular class, but an awfully good female. Really good balance, really good structure in that one as well. The heifer here in third, I guess I pick on her. Maybe she's not as flat in her shoulder and neck as what we find in that top pair of heifers. Even though she's got is plenty sound structurally and plenty good on the go, she's maybe not quite as athletic as that pair of heifers that precede her in the lineup. 3 exceptional females in this class. Congratulations.
We are now ready for our junior yearling champion and reserve. The results of class 47. In third place, RF Up the Limit H214, exhibitor 490. Morgan McDaniel. In second place, GBC XTB Hazel H03, exhibitor 492, Pepper Elmore. Your class winner was AK NDS Second Chance, exhibitor 491, Maubrey Schick. We are now choosing our junior yearling champion and reserve. After we choose our junior yearling champion and reserve, we'll be ready for class number 48. They should be headed to the makeup area.
Really an awesome division of cattle here, and we got some excellent class winners out here in the lineup. Had a small class here. The gentleman has a heifer that standing there designs up a lot like what we're looking for. I just don't think she's quite as sound maybe as some of the other ones out here in the lineup, but certainly a good individual here in her own right here in this division, and represents well out of that class. The heifer that comes in out of that second class, that Baldy, nice design kind of a female here. I think as you really start hammering on them as we get to breaking them apart here in this particular lineup, I just wish she handled that rear pastern a little better, I think, and she'd probably put a little more pressure on some of the other heifers out in the lineup. But design-wise, sure runs with any of them in terms of her look and presence and body capacity. The red heifer here, we talked to her in class. Great big feet, good female, lots of volume, just a little stale, getting a little past her prime. Wants to get a little tighter up in her spine when we get her set in motion. Good kind of heifer. and then an exceptional female that comes out of our last division here, last class in this division. Just a real high quality individual, functional all the way around the boat, very fresh and just a very complete individual here. Look through these class winners. I won't take a whole lot of time. This one here is going to win this division. Congratulations. Bring our second place heifer into that lineup. We just finished talking that group of animals and how good all three individuals were in that particular class. This heifer is awfully good and runs really well up here to the top of the division. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your junior yearling champion goes to exhibitor 491, Maubrey Schick, with AK NDS second chance. And your reserve junior yearling champion goes to exhibitor 492, GBC XTB Hazel HO3. That is Pepper Elmore. We are now ready for Class 48 entering the show arena. If the division champion in the purebred heifer show would make their way to the makeup area, that would be fantastic. Our champions and reserves.
Nice pair of heifers here in the senior division. Gentleman's heifer is going to win this class fairly easily. It's an awfully good cow prospect here, very broody in terms of her type and kind. A big-bodied, smooth-made, functional female here. It'll be interesting to see how she stacks up here a little later in the day. The heifer here in second, man, got big feet and legs on her, deep-bodied. Just maybe not quite as ladylike and smooth and feminine as we study her through her shoulder and neck and chest. Getting a little plainer in terms of her udder design, like to clean her up there, but a good, moderate, big-bodied female here.
The results of Class 48 in second place, Images Mystic, exhibitor 495, Shaylee Marie Eisen. Your class winner was Rocking P Blackcap G085, exhibitor 496, Josie Brooke Phillips. Your senior yearling champion will go to 496 exhibitor. That is Josie Brooke Phillips. And your reserve senior yearling will go to exhibitor 495, Images Mystic, exhibited by exhibitor 495, Shaylee Marie Eisen. We are now ready to have our grand champion heifer drive, so all division champions and reserves should be in the make-up area. We need
May
Megan
Heifer.
Megan Brown's May Heifer, exhibitor 473, the reserve summer yearling, to the makeup area. A reminder in the cattle barn, we will need all the grand champions back up here at the conclusion of the show to choose our Nick Overpeck Award. That is bulls, percentage, and purebred, cow-calf pairs, both percentage and purebred, and heifers.
Man, oh man, this was a heck of a set. All the way down the line, we got exceptional females. I love doing this show. I think this is the third time I've done it. It's always fun. I'm always pleased with the ones I end up with out here in the end. A lot of you guys over in this part of the world breed cattle the way I like them, and that makes them a little easier to sort through. I want to try to be as candid and descriptive as I can. I take my job really seriously here. I'm first to admit I can probably mess something up, and no doubt about it, and you're welcome to tell me where I mess things up in your opinion. There is a lot of opinion goes into this as you kind of sort down to the bottom, and you just kind of have to do what you feel like is right in your mind that day as you land on them, because I'm certain that if you had somebody else in here, they could sort them all up a little bit different than I've done. Probably happened earlier in the week, actually, different than what I've done. Well, with that said, I guess I commend all of you that have bred these things. It is not as easy as some people make it look, and the way you've got them presented is not easy, and you've done a fabulous job. Really, I like all our class winner, or division winners as we kind of go down the line. I'll just hit on things so you kind of know where I stand when I end up making my grain and reserve selections. So, Baldy heifer that wins. Beautiful pattern, got a great look to her, little skinny, little young. Maybe could use a little more muscle in her if I'm really picking on her, and a little more substance maybe throughout compared to some of the others. The Division II winner. There's a cow in my read of her. She's just ginormous bodied. She's going to be hard to probably keep fresh because she's so easy keeping, but if there's anybody that can do that, maybe the family that's feeding this one. She's maybe not as big-footed as some of the other ones that we see out here, but that's a good animal. She's going to have an impeccable show career. If you want to know what I like, this one kind of fits that mold of what I like in terms of type and kind. The next heifer was in a smaller division, maybe doesn't fall in here with some of the other cattle. She didn't have to fight her way through like some of these others did. Maybe doesn't fit as well in this group. She's not as attractive to me and balanced and fresh. Then the heifer that comes out of this next division is another one that I really like the way that she's made. I like one that can get out and go and move and flex and reach, and she does that as good as any of them out here in this particular lineup. Stays fresh and high quality. Love her head, love her size, just a very complete individual there in her own right. Maybe change a few things in terms of the way her back feeder may just make that outside toe a little bit larger and a little more symmetrical, but she's moving on it really good today in the way that she's designed. Then the cow that comes out of that last division, extremely broody, does all these things, stays feminine, ginormous bodied, opened up, tremendous fleshing ease, a lot of quality. She too could maybe be changed slightly in terms of the way her feet are laid out on the back. You get her set in motion today. She's maybe laboring just a little bit more than she has at times. The further along in calf you get them, the more they're going to struggle a little bit more. But an awfully good female there. Just you could build a whole program around some of these females out in this lineup, and she's certainly one that you can do that with. I think this gets really close. I'm not going to finish I'll make a few more comments probably as I get to select reserve out here in this lineup, but awfully good set of cattle here. Not going to make everybody happy, I know, as I select down through this, but your champion heifer is going to be the heifer I'm standing right in front of. Congratulations, young lady. Bring in our second. The reason why I didn't say I was going to stop my comments because I definitely wanted to talk through this female here. As far as reading cattle at the surface, her foot size and shape and foot quality is probably as good as any of them we've seen today. I like her skeletal makeup. She If I was picking on her, and I did there in that particular division, she just maybe falls out of her top ever so often in terms of the way she's handling it. But she's fresh. She's got the right amount of body conditioner on her. She's an incredible female. She runs. So basically, I've got the big heifer, her, and that calf out of the second division that are the ones that I'm struggling with so much as I figure out what I'm going to do in this particular lineup. All three of them impeccable females. I'm going to stick with this heifer out of this division. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations.
Your grand champion purebred heifer today will be exhibitor 491, Mabry Schick, with AK NDS Second Chance. And your reserve grand champion purebred heifer will be exhibitor 492, Pepper Elmore, with GBC XTB Hazel HO3. Congratulations. I believe at this time they are going to take the grand and reserve pictures. Once we do have the group classes, then we will present the Nick Overpeck Supreme Champion Memorial Trophy. So that would be between all 6 grand champions that we had today. Then we will present the Denny Benute Premier Breeder Memorial and the Premier Exhibitor and our Herdsman of the Year. our group classes. We're getting ready for that. Once again, if all those grand champions, there should be 6 individuals, head this way to the makeup arena for the Nick Overpeck Memorial Trophy.
Good set of produce a dam here, and actually there's 2 classes they're competing for, single entries. Good animals. We saw them earlier today. Stout featured. A lot of good in these 2. Congratulations.
Your best pair bred and owned, MLCC Simpatico H71D and MLCC Miss Knockout J71A, Exhibitor 501, Luke Herr. Also, the produce sedan goes to Exhibitor 512, Luke Herr with Clearwater Miss Knockout. So at this time, we're going to be ready for our Nick Overpeck Supreme Champion Memorial. We need those 6 grand champion individuals. We should have a purebred bull, a percentage bull, a purebred heifer, a percentage heifer, the purebred cow-calf, and the percentage cow-calf should be ready to head into the show arena. Once again, while those animals are making their way into the show arena, I do want to take another opportunity to thank all the we need the champion percentage bull, Morgan McDaniel. I need all board members, incoming and the outgoing. All board members to the show arena also. I do want to thank all the sponsors of the junior show and our open show and showmanship. We do really appreciate your contributions and helping out with such a fine show. A big hats off to all the Simmental breeders that brought out a fine set of animals to be evaluated this week. Once again, board members, make your way up here to the show arena. The board members could kind of gather right there in the photography area. That'd be fantastic, so we can bring this last class in here. At this time, our grand champions will enter the ring for the Nick Overpeck Supreme Champion Memorial. These are your grand champion percentage bull, your grand champion percentage cow calf, your grand champion percentage heifer, your grand champion purebred bull, grand champion cow calf purebred, and your purebred grand champion heifer.
Well, as we come to the end of the Simmental Breeders' Sweepstakes for 2021, the first thing I'd like to do on behalf of the Simmental Sweepstakes and its board of directors is to thank all the exhibitors for being here and bringing an outstanding set of cattle forward. Second, I would like to thank our evaluator for today, Kerry Crow. He certainly had a great set of cattle to look at, handled them well, and went through them. Concerning this award, this is in memory of one of the founding members and one of the fiercest competitors there's ever been in the Simmental breed or the beef cattle industry. Nick, of course, was on site and involved in this show for many, many years, and it was only fitting that he be one of the people that's really honored at this show perennially. So I'm going to turn this back over to Kerry Crow, and he will show us all his Supreme Champion of the 2021 Sweepstakes show, and this year marks the 20th Supreme Champion Award that's been selected. So if you would, put your hands together and congratulate all the winners here today. It's been an outstanding show, and thank you everybody for your attendance and your participation.
Well, I want to start by thanking the committee for inviting me to do this show for y'all. It is an honor to get selected because there's so many good cattlemen that are part of this committee and part of this show. To think enough to ask me to do it for you means a lot, especially if I think about where I began. You know, my life, I don't have the right last name, I don't have the right pedigree, I don't have the right upbringing for you guys to ask me to do this. You know, I'm just a poor kid from Northeast Kansas that grew up dumb and stupid, you know, and it is a little bit emotional to get a chance to be part of it and have you guys at least listen to what I have to say. And maybe it means nothing to you, but it does feel good. It feels like some of you appreciate the way that I look at them from time to time. It means a lot. Spent my life trying to do that the last 20 years or so. And I've mentioned a couple times I take it real seriously because I know you guys do too. I mean, when I make a selection, it's a lot of thought goes into it, and I try to do the best I can and as honest as I can and transparent as I can is the way I look at them and things. And I'm really tickled to death with the cattle that y'all brought to me. It makes it easier for me to find ones that I like. It does make it tougher for me. When you got this many stacked in here that are awfully good quality, it raises my stress level and blood pressure because I know there's a lot at stake for you guys when you bring them out here and present them to me. The animals out here in this lineup I think are incredible and are going to do a lot for this breed. I grew up showing sorry Simmentals when I was in junior high and high school and college, and they're not that sorry anymore. And this is a testament to the quality and the way you guys have changed them and emphasized and put pressure on making them good. There was a lot of structural problems back in the day, and we haven't eliminated it, but in this set here, it's pretty much eliminated. And the top end of this particular show got rid of a lot of the issues that caused us so much trouble early on. Some exceptional individuals out here in this lineup. I'm not going to take a lot more time. I'll select your champion out here. I think all of them I got a sniff on this. Specifically, the percentage heifer is one that I've put a lot of thought in as I've thought about this group earlier today. And the heifer that I just used to win out of the purebred deal, I think, are the two that kind of rise up to the front for me to study. Awfully good group of cattle. Give them a big round of applause, and I'm going to go slap your champion.
Your Grand Champion Supreme calf today for the Nick Overpeck Supreme Champion Memorial is exhibitor 491. Mabry Schick. Congratulations to Mabry. Congratulations to all those exhibitors and animals that are in the ring at this time. Great job. At this time, I'd like to announce the winner of the Denny Benute Premier Breeder Memorial. It will go to Morgan McDaniel. Our premier exhibitor will also go to Morgan McDaniel. And our herdsman of the year was William Palmer. Congratulations to those individuals. Great job. Once again, I want to thank Kerry Crow for coming out today and evaluating our cattle. Did an outstanding job. He currently is the service manager for the Transova Genetics Southern Region. He's been involved in the commercial and seed stock business nearly all of his life. Was a member of the National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Kansas State. He has a beautiful and amazing wife, Dawn. They've been married for 23 years, and he has 3 beautiful daughters. Once again, a big thank you to Kerry for being here today. And as he mentioned, this was his 3rd time to judge the sweepstakes for us, and we greatly appreciate it. There'll be some pictures taken at this time. Once again, your pink slip that you nominate judges and put suggestions on, you need to turn those in to Jamie at the office to receive your premiums, and that is also your release form. I want a big thank you to the committee for allowing me the privilege to be your announcer and PA guy for your Simmental Sweepstakes this year. It's been a real a lot of fun for me to be able to be up here and do this, see all these junior kids come through, and also here in the open show to be able to check out everything today. It's been, most everybody arrived on Wednesday, here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it's just been a great time, and I do appreciate it. And like I said, a big thank you to them. Everyone, please have a safe trip home and enjoy the rest of your summer, and I'm sure you all see each other down the road at another one of the major shows. Thank you.